Hello guys, my name is Nikolaos Tsiougranas, I'm from Athens, Greece. I have 3 years experience in building application in Universal Windows Application API and C# of course. And for this lesson I will be your instructor. This lesson is about how you can build your first Windows application using UWP and C#. The sections of this application are how you can get started with UWP, the installation guide, and I will show you a basic program. At the second section we will implement the backspine of our application and learn some basic technologies such as the navigation, data models and images, image binding, and at the last part of the tutorial we'll implement all the features of the application. The requirements for this tutorial is for you to have a practical knowledge of object-oriented programming and you have some basic schematic knowledge on some basic schematic language such as HTML and at the best occasion XAML. Finally, the tools that we will use for this tutorial is Visual Studio Community 2017, and you will have to have a Windows 10 operating system. So guys, I hope you will have fun in this tutorial. I hope I see you soon at the next videos. Bye. Hello guys, so at this part of the tutorial, it's the beginning. We will try to install the Visual Studio. I have already installed it, but I will take you through the steps in order for you to be easier to install it properly. So we open a new window over here. We press Visual Studio 2017. Yes. We press at the first link, or other way you can go to visualstudio.microsoft.com/downloads. So inside here you have to pick the community version because the community version is a free one. Of course you can try the other two as well, but I recommend the community version, which is free. Moreover, I forgot to tell you that we would need a Windows 10 operational system, OS, and moreover, we will need to make some tweaks to our operational system in order for it to be able to run some of our code, because we will use some emulators and some other stuffs. So you click the free download button. You don't need that. And here it is, the Windows installer, the Visual Studio installer. You open it. It will download and install some things for you. Because the installer is pretty small, it needs some stuff in order to work properly, to download and install properly the whole version of Visual Studio. I have already installed it, but if let's say press modify for fun, this is what I have chosen: Visual Studio Extension Development, because it has some tools and it's pretty nice, and these three is what we need for our program. Not this one, Desktop Development with C++, but it's actually the basic Visual Studio. It's, in my opinion, the best C++ IDE out there, so you can have that. So we need mainly that, Universal Windows Platform Development. If you go to individual components, I would excuse me, for creators update, okay. Android, we don't need the Android stuff. Visual Studio SDK, and we want this SDK to be clicked. to be checked. So I won't modify anything because it's I have done it already. And after that, you will wait for it to download and install properly. After it will ask for you to restart it, and when you have restarted, you will be set to go. But before we start, we have to change some one settings on our Windows because it won't let us to run our program natively to our Windows 10 device. So um, developer use developer features, here we are, and this is what it will be normally chosen for you, Microsoft Store apps. But we have to turn on the developer mode because uh, we will be able to run apps that are not deployed only by and approved by Microsoft Store, such as our app. So after we have clicked this, it will actually download some stuff for us and will be ready on its own. It will set it self on its own. So after we want to open a new Visual Studio. We need to open a Visual Studio, right, like that, and we want a file, actually yes, file, new, project, and it will be like that. If you don't have the Visual C Sharp, you have to go again to the installer and check carefully all the steps that I have done. Because more likely you haven't checked the appropriate boxes and the appropriate options. So you have to go to Visual C++ and you have to go to Windows Universal and blank Universal Windows. As you can see right here in the description, a project for a single page Universal Windows platform UWP app that has no predefined controls and layout. Of course we can have unit tests, etc. But at the purpose of this tutorial, this is just what we will use. Like that. Okay. Name. We will change the name. The name will be Vacation Planner. Like that. Okay. And now we'll check the versions that we'll want. Actually, I will go to the default versions and creators update, fall creators, etc. I want to use that. I will use the creators update 15063 build, and as well that over here. We press OK and we wait for it to be ready for us, for the project to be ready for us. So the project is ready. Here, these are the references. We don't care about them. Here is the app.xml, which is actually empty, has nothing. And this is our initializer of our frames, of our windows. Actually, this is what initialize our app, our vacation planner. Excuse me to have a little, to increase a little bit the size of to increase the size. Perfect. Actually, it was control and the wheel on the mouse. And now this is our initializer. We won't for now. We don't care about that. This is we have a connected device if we want, for example, some backend or whatever. And so we go to the main page. This is our page that it's actually the output should be a little smaller. Excuse me. This is our page over here. When I click, as you can see, it goes automatically to the grid over here. So let's now start building. There are multiple types that we can do, multiple ways that we can do some stuff. The first is the code way. We can code the buttons. For example, button name, like that. Please click me, and the content yes, excuse me, this will be the content, this will be the name. So the name, hidden name, is the object. The name of the object, the button is an object that we can refer to inside our XML over here. So I will talk to you later what this is, but okay, the name is what we can refer it to. For example, hello button will be the name. It's better to have the first letter to be capital in order for you to know that it is an object name. Content, horizontal alignment center, perfect. Vertical alignment against center, and font size. As you can see, the Italian sense of Visual Studio, it's really good. You can write a line of code so fast, and excuse me, so like that. As you can see, actually we don't need that, like that. So inside here we have the click me button. When you change that, it will change the width, etc. of that. If you delete that, it will go to the default again. If we run it right now, local machine, build started, debug, as you can see, it will run it on debug mode, of course. And this is the emulator, of course. If you have any kind of protection, I suggest you close it. Perfect. And now, in order for it not to intervenes with our code, so now we have the please click me button that actually does nothing. Moreover, this is the diagnostic tools that we installed. It explains how much memory in megabytes we process, how much CPU we are using, and all the events that are happening. This is the diagnostic tools and how much we are running. Of course, we can go like that. We can have it. Okay. Now, in order for us to close it, we press stop debugging, Shift F5, and here we are again. Please click me. Please click me. Okay. Alright, perfect. Now we want to create an on event handler. This will be our first on event handler. We will have a lot of them. On click, this means when we click the button, there are dozens of different things that we can add. So click, let's say now we will have the function. The function will be called, let's say, just actually simpler, on click, and okay. So as you can see here, we can change the layout. We can change a lot of things inside here. Um, so here, as I told you, you can change a lot of things. The height, the column, the rows, the text will be can be changed over here and properly uh, colored. So after that, we will have to go and add a function inside our C# code. So as you can see, if you press that arrow over here, it expands. This this source file, which is written in C#, um, like that, which is written in C#. It's actually closed, is bind together with the main page, so everything that it is written inside here, it's redirected in the main page. It's connected actually. The main page .xaml talks with this class over here. So public main page, this is our class. Partial, this is our constructor. So let's create our on-click over here, public, okay, void on-click, object center, root var args e. We don't have any anyway. I don't like it like that, Visual Studio anyway. Inside here we will change the how I have named it, hello button. The hello button dot content will be changed to hello world. So let's run our code. Please click me, hello world. As you can see, the event handler works. So this is how it actually works. We are over here. When the click is pressed, this function is called. This function is called by the class button. Let's say which name is hello button. It's called by the it calls the on click. We have the center. This means the object that actually called the on click, the event handler. So we change it over here. We can do a lot of stuff to, let's say we have a string counter, no string, yes, counter. Okay, now we will have a public void add counter. like that. Okay, let's keep the code this way, since Visual Studio doesn't seem to work with us in that part. So we have a int counter, excuse me, counter plus plus, counter equals to 0, counter plus plus, and we want to change the we want to add a new we want to add new here, text block, name equals whatever, counter, click counter, horizontal alignment, let's have what left, margin 600, let's say 600, 360, 00, whatever. We will change it anyway to where we want to. Text wrapping wrap. This means that we'll vertical alignment top, font no, family, font size equals 64, and we'll change the width, and so after that let's have it like that, where it is, here it is. We add some width and we have it over here. So we excuse me, we save that and we go over here, counter plus plus. Since we have the counter, we will go to the text block. The name is click counter dot text equals with counter. As you can see, this is not a string, this is an integer, so we cannot do that. Counter dot to string. This way we convert it to a string. Every time we press, the counter is added and we convert it to a string. So we go over here, and in order to check if everything works as we want it to, we run the local machine. Please click me, hello world, okay, wait a moment. Yes, we haven't called it. Of course we have to call the function, so after we call the function at counter after the hello world, and so when we click, first it changes to hello world the first time, and then so in order for us to be better, if not counter, that means that counter is 0. It is the first time that it is pressed. So let's go and to our Okay, F11, we press the F11, we press continue, sometimes, please click me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I used, what is going on? I use that, this example, in order to show you that everything inside our XML page can connect inside the XML page. So the button actually sends through the main class over here, sends a message to the text block. Tutorial, it was about installing and some light event handling, actually our first Hello World program. Um, we will try actually to code a proper vacation planner, a simple vacation planner. We will add some tourism attractions inside it, some basics, and you can expand it on it, of course. So guys, thank you for your time. I hope I see you soon at the next video of our tutorial. Bye. Hello guys, so at this part of the tutorial I will teach you what actually XAML is. Different, we will call it XAML. So something I forgot to show you before is that we can common XAML controls, all XAML controls. This is easy way where we can implement inside our code. Here, excuse me, we can implement inside our XAML code here some basic functionality. Actually not that basic, but okay. So button, instantly a new button is created. In order for us to have faster code, to code faster and to have, if someone doesn't know how to write XAML, it's much easier. It's actually it relieves a lot of effort. So I delete that. So I wanted to explain to you what actually XAML is. XAML actually utilize XML, but it's not, of course, XML. Utilize XML for um, to function. Moreover, XAML is around for about 15 years, around 10 to 15 years, I think. And now I will explain to you what this stop code means. These schemas you see here is actually an agreement between the creator, let's say, and the one who created the protocol. So it's an agreement between two people, let's say, and that actually in order for them to understand what they are talking for, what they are talking about. So this means that this agreement has to be somewhere. It's actually inside this URI. It's not a URL, it's a URI, and it explains the protocol, let's say. The X schema right here is that we have used over here. Of course, we can delete it right now. I write it only for you, in order to show you what this is actually. It is talking about this specific schema over here. So everything in here that you see that doesn't have an X or anything, it's by default. This means, for example, horizontal alignment, margin, etc. It is contained inside this schema. Everything that needs an X, it is like a name, etc. It is contained inside this schema. But they have implemented, I think, at the latest version. Let me check that. Actually, not at the latest. They have implemented like for the past, I don't know, couple of versions. Yes, they have implemented. I will now we will delete this. I will so this is what XAML is actually, and I will like now to explain to you to write our navigation menu to explain to you what the navigation menu is and write a very simple navigation menu. And so first of all, I would every time I write an app, I first like to write down the navigation menu in order for me to have to decompose the functionality of the app that I want to use, and to clear out what part of the code goes where. In order, so we will delete this. We will actually we will go to we will create a stack panel. So stack panel like that, and we'll create a stack panel. Inside our stack panel, we will not cover exactly all the types of all the types of grids inside this tutorial. This is not the purpose of this tutorial. The purpose is to be able to create a simple app by the end of it. So button name equals home button, content equals home. This is what is written inside. Click equals new event handler. Excuse me. Click equals home button click. Perfect. Margin. We will give a default margin, like let's say let's say 0 0 0 0 20 0. After that we will have a back button and a back button, a forward button. So in order for me not to write down the same code over and over, and so this will be back button, this will be a forward button. So perfect. Like that. So I haven't explained to you now what what the navigation actually is. The navigation, of course, there are ways that we want to use any navigations in order to create an app, but I don't think that it is. If especially if your app is somewhat more complicated, I don't think that that is a valid way to do so, because if an app is big, you have to cut down the functionality into parts in order for you to be able to manage inside your head the code better. So actually navigate in in UWP, Universal Windows Applications, are like navigation through URLs. So there are inside our app, as you can see here, but instead of URL pages, we have frame objects. Okay, so we have in our app XAML, app CS. In here you can see right here. You can see that it creates a new frame, a new window So inside the window there is a frame. So our window is all that. So if we go, excuse me, right here, and we press the local machine, if it runs, of course we have, yes, we have errors, of course. Anyway, um, yes, we have the window is actually all that's around. Actually, it's the, let's say, the window, like in a browser. So we have this is called a frame. So inside a frame, window current content as frame. So we have a window. The current window, the content of the current window will be called frame. So inside the window, we have multiple frames. The frames represent each of our web pages, or of our pages, excuse me, not web pages, of our pages. So, um, of course, we will, excuse me, we will, okay. For example, if we run a local machine, uh, excuse me, home button, back button, click, this will be forward button click. Okay, let's try to run it again, I suppose so. So, this is a frame inside here. This is the window, all that is the window, so this is a frame. Let's close our application. So you can navigate through frames. So in order for us to have a stable UI, let's say we want that to be our stable UI, user interface, our stable. We can have inside here another frame, and the other frame will change constantly, and this will stay as it is. How I think this is a very good idea, and it will be our web, our manager, let's say, better. So let's in order for us to create new pages, we have to do some pretty simple stuff. First of all, in order to show to you what I mean, I will create a new page. Will be called countries. Build okay, I forgot to close that. Project, add new item, blank page. This will be called the countries. Countries dot example. We have created the countries over here. So, we go in, under our stack panel over here, and which inside our the great stack panel, and we will create a frame name um, root router will actually will be the one who will change. So inside here everything this will be blank because it will be filled with the pages. Let's have the countries .xaml over here, and of course we want the grid to be deleted, and inside here we will try to write a pretty simple program. Stack panel, no, program UI stack panel and text block font size equals 48. Text should be countries. Excuse me for that. So we run the local machine. I forgot, of course, to have it inside here, an appropriate button. Which will navigate us. Navigate button, content, navigate, navigator frame, and on click actually no, we won't do this like that, excuse me. So we are like that. Okay, we go over here, and when the main page is initialized, we will call the navigator frame how it is called, navigator, the navigator dot navigate, navigator.navigate, and this will go to countries, of course. Why? Yeah, that was my bad. Type of countries, like that. So what that does, the navigator calls an instance of the class countries, which initialize the XAML file, the countries. So if we click the local machine, instantly the countries will be over here. So what I will do to show you what actually that means, that the navigator is inside here, is our frame. I will do is pretty simple. Navigate root frame, click, and the click will be equals to oh my god, I forgot that. Oh. Navigate button click, and like that we have it up here, and we go to our XAML file and we press navigate button, I think it is right, navigate button click, and this dot frame. So now we are calling the main frame of our app XAML over here, root frame. So this dot frame dot navigate type of countries. So what this will do, as I will show you right now, is that navigate root frame. If we press that, everything will be, not only countries will be shown. As you can see, this is a problem, of course. That is what the root, when we navigate through the root frame. Actually, a pretty large app maybe when it wants to slide through different stable UIs, maybe wants that. But for our purposes, we don't want that, of course, and we will where it is, we will delete it because we don't actually want it. So when they navigate, it goes to the countries. Inside our country example, now we will redirect it to cities. So what is our method? Someone chooses the country that he wants to travel to, and he chooses actually where the city, the location, and that's it. The location where we'll have a timer at a date when he wants to actually go and where. This is our plan. So inside we have a countries. We have we will have a hyperlink. We'll add a hyperlink. Um, hyperlink button. Content. Content go to cities. Click hyperlink button like that, and now I will show you that it can actually you can actually use, if you have a site, a website or whatever, and you want to navigate your user to your website, you can do that. You can use the hyperlink button, content, let's say go to educational ecosystem, navigate URI, HTTP, give me a second, new window, like that. You can copy that and you can place it over here, and you will navigate you through the educational ecosystem. Education ecosystem, excuse me. Let's check it. I forgot, of course, to change the hyperlink button. Click over here. We want to create the cities, of course. Add the new item. Excuse me. Cities. The cities are created. We'll have again a stack panel. Inside here we'll have a text block with a font size again of 48 and a text of cities, and we will close that. Perfectly fine, and I will have it in a second. So local machine, we run it. Oh, I forgot something. Excuse me. Countries.xaml. If you press, I think F6, no, F12, no, F7, yes. It opens the F7 opens the .cs file if you have chosen the XML. So inside the hyperlink function, we will go navigate frame. Excuse me. Oh my god. Now, for this object, for this XAML page, when we create an instance of this over here, we create an instance, thinks that the frame over here is the father frame. thinks that this frame that we're calling over here is like our app frame that I showed you before, like that frame over here. So um, that's why we're calling frame right now. This is the father frame, the frame that actually it is included in. So frame.navigate, and inside here type of, and inside here we will go to cities like that, and perfect. And now we will run the local machine emulator, and we are here. If we go to cities, it will go to cities. Of course, the back, forward, and home button do not work. We will have them to work right now. Um, so you go to the main page, home button. So when you are pressing, for example, the back, the forward, or the home button, actually, when you press the home button, it's pretty simple. The only thing that this does, it's actually redirect to the main page. So this dot frame dot navigate type, excuse me, type of main page. It will redirect us to the main page, so it will create an instance of the main page. We will redirect the whole frame again. So when we call a button click, actually inside this frame that we are talking about, it will check if it will when we navigate through our windows, through our pages, let's say, there is a history created. This history will be inside our frame, of our frame right now. So in order to check if we can go back or forward, if we go back or forward, if we press the button, we have first to check if we can go backwards or forward. So if navigate is our frame inside here. If navigate, if navigate dot navigator, excuse me, dot can go forward, then my then navigator dot go forward, following the same principle, like that. Of course I forgot that. Following the same principle, we will go over here to the back button. Can go back and go back. Actually does everything for us. It goes backwards, forwards, and we don't have anything to care about if it exists or whatever. So let's so so let's run the local machine right now and check if it is the case indeed. Go to cities. If we go back, we go to if we go back, we can go anywhere. Go to cities. If we go home, it will redirect us to home. If we go forward, nothing will happen because we have reinitialized the frame. If we go to cities backwards and then forward, it will go to cities. So go to cities. If we go backwards, forward, home, and forward and back, we can go anywhere because we have pressed the home button. This means that we want to go home, let's say. If we press go to educational ecosystem, it will open right here, excuse me, it will open right here that to our default browser. It actually opens to my second monitor right now. This is, as you can see over here. So Um, I wanted to show you as well some other pretty interesting stuff. Um, First of all, I want to change it a little bit. We want to have inside our main pages, we want to add another project, add new item. The blank page will be called uh, vacation plan and add, and inside here we'll have uh, um, give me a second. We will have a stack panel again, of course, and we have a text box, let's say, and actually text block, whatever. It will have all our choices, and under here we will have just because I want to show you some very simple stuff. I will give me a second. First of all, we want to add a hyperlink in order for us to be able to go to countries. We want to go to countries. Go to countries. Click content. Start your plan. Let's say start your plan. Click hyperlink button. Will be called yes, whatever, and we will press F7. Like that, frame.navigate countries, and and the default page over here will be vacation plan. The reason we do this because someone will go to the vacation plan, he will see the current vacation plan that he has. If he doesn't have any, he will tell him go to the vacation plan. And in cities now, inside here, okay, cities. Give me a second. Inside the cities we'll have, let's say, a hyperlink button again, content, go to locations, click new event handler, again we close that, F7, hyperlink over here will go to locations, and frame.navigate type of locations. Of course we haven't created locations yet. Project, add new item, and locations, add. Here we are. We'll have again a stack panel. Here we'll have a text block again with a font size of 48 again, and text equals to locations. It will represent all the locations that are available yes. So let's check what we have done so far. We have cities, countries, locations. Countries, cities, locations. And of course we have the vacation planner. Vacation plan, excuse me, with choices and start your plan. I think this is better to be under. Also, what I'm thinking about is inside the locations we have a final hyperlink. So let's see what we have done so far. Vacation plan dot sample, start your plan. Let's see what we have done so far. Start your plan. We go to start your plan countries, go to cities, go to locations. Back, forward, back, forward, forward. Everything works nice and smooth. So what we close the emulator. So what we want right now, we want someone to choose a location. We press the locations. This will be oversimplified. Let's say he press Paris, and we will inside the locations we will here we are, excuse me, we'll add a text box where the name will be like location, and the width would be like 200 because otherwise it will be pretty small. And hyperlink button, when we choose the location, actually we can add, let's say, multiple locations, not right now, let's say just one. When he presses the location and goes, for example, to go to locations and hyperlink button, content, go home, click new event handler, we press F7, we go to hyperlink and frame and we go to the vacation planner, frame dot navigate dot frame dot navigate type of vacation planner. Perfect. And something I want to fix, actually, we go here, frame navigator navigate, it's actually home button click. I don't like that. I like something more like navigator to navigate. Since we know our home, in order for us to keep the history, because we might need it or the user might need it, vacation plan. Perfect. I think it's much smoother. So we run the local machine one more time and start your plan, go to cities, go to locations, go home. Start your plan, go to cities, go to locations, whatever, go home. If we go backwards, nothing is written over here. We go forward, nothing is written over here as well. That's because when we go backwards or forwards, it loads the instance that it was loaded before. it does not keep somewhere the values, and that's because, let's say, so if you write down a form, or you have chosen a country, let's say, and you go backwards, you will lose the country. We don't want that, but I will propose you a way that we can actually communicate through our pages, app pages. Let's close that over here. Let's have where is that? Vacation plan.xaml. This will have a text block with a font size of 48 of 24, let's say, and a text which will be like pretty like the one we did before, if you remember, of course, like that. He bind, this will be a variable bind app oh, excuse me, dot mine choice. This will be just a choice. It will go over here. Let's delete that. String choice. So what that will do actually, we will have to go to our locations, and we have to change excuse me. Give me a second. So we have to go to the locations, to the code. So we have a navigate private. We have to override the method. Override is override. Excuse me. Override void on navigated to oh my god, no. My bad. We go to the vacation plan and we do that, excuse me. We will do some different stuff over there. Override void on navigated to, and we will have a variable argument, let's say, equals string e, which are the parameter, and so the vacation planner has maybe we won't use the text at all. Start your plan, click hyperlink button. Why this is like that? We will fix it in a second. So this will be called the name I forgot to change the name of that. Name equals choices again. Okay, perfect. This is what the the wrong choice was. Excuse me, I was disoriented back there. So we have passed inside the argument the parameter that we will pass through the locations that we'll do in a second that, and var arguments. And now what we will do is choices dot text equals argument, like that. Dot text equals argument. Now, because it's a string, it will be passed perfectly fine. Now, inside the cities, inside our cities example, we'll have a value. Okay, we want to pass an argument to while inside our locations. We want to pass an argument. We want to pass an argument in here. So the way to do so is pretty simple. We go comma and location.sample, it's the text box inside here. So we pass the text box dot not the text box, what is the name of the text box? Name location dot text. We pass that over here, and when we run the local machine, okay, like that, value cannot be null. Excuse me, if not null, if not arg, no, excuse me, if not string dot is null or empty, and inside here we'll have the argument. Like that, then call that. Okay, let's run again the local machine. So nothing is here. We start your plan. We choose our counter. Let's say go to cities. We go to locations, and we press, let's say, locations Parthenon or Delphs. We go home, and Delphs is placed right here. As you can see, that's pretty cool, but if we go backwards, it's not safe over here. So we'll lose our form, but we go forward, it will. If we go home again, it will be lost. What we can do over here, it's actually save it inside our apps. It saved it inside our app. Inside, excuse me, first of all I have to close that. Inside our app, inside here, we have the applications, we have the app, we have everything. So this is our class declaration. Inside here we will have an internal static string, let's say, would be called location value. It's actually pretty nice name. And we close that. When someone chooses a location, give me a second. When someone is navigated to and the location is not null, then it will be protected. Will override the method protected. Override void on navigated to. When someone is navigated through here to this let's say frame, to this object, then this is what we actually want to do. We want to check if the string that we have added is empty. If not, string dot is null or empty. Inside here we'll have app dot location value. This is the string. Then what we want to do is pretty simple. How it was called, location, perfect. Location dot text equals app app dot location value. Perfect. And of course we want to do the same for our main page. We want to do the same over here when our main page is initialized. Actually, yes, when our page is initialized, instead of here we'll have the choices. I think it's like that. No, over here, my bad. In vacation plan over here. On navigated to location to text and the name will be choices to text. Now we'll run the local machine. I think everything will be smooth. Start your plan, go to cities, go to locations. Delph, go home. So if we press home, Delph, it's not there. Why though? We press home on navigate to. Vacation plan. It's not used. Okay, excuse me. I have to close you first. You're right. Location value. Give me a second. I have done an obvious mistake, of course. Sudo wrap. Here, location value. Let me check something. Start your plan, go to cities, go to locations, Delph, go home, go back, Yes, I have done a mistake. Location value. Of course, over here, it is actually, of course, we have to load that value. App location value equals to location dot text. As I told you, it was the simplest mistake of all. The simplest mistake I would have done. So start your plan, go to cities, go to locations, location, Delph, go home. If we go backwards, the Delph is still here, but we can change. Of course, we go home, the Delph is also here inside our choices. So what we could use is we could have inside our choices when we press start your plan, it will delete all of our previous choices, and it will be a simple, something simple, or we will add a cities and locations redirection, so inside here, in order for us to be easy to navigate through and have the vacation planner easier generally. But we'll have also to make it a little bit more beautiful generally. Anyway, so let's add the couple of the new buttons I told you about, the cities, and of course if we have chosen first a country, so inside our app XAML here we'll have excuse me, I have of course to close it first. Country. Inside here we close that and that. When someone is inside the countries and chooses, we can have him to have a text box, countries over here, and when he press cities, country XAML and cities, or country XAML over here. When he press cities, we will have the app dot country dot country val equals the name of the text box. What was that? Country dot text. Okay, so we will have country dot text, and we'll have another hyperlink to cities and locations inside our vacation plan. Over here we'll have two other hyperlinks, location, actually city, location, And if we go to cities, we will copy this over here. City, location, and if the country is not chosen, then it will return. It will not. We will not be able to. If not string is not null or empty. What will be inside? App dot country val. Then return and have again the same. And now we'll run the local machine pretty fast. And if we press city location, we can go. If we press something inside country, go to cities, etc., go to locations, go to home, and press city, we can go. So guys, this was a simple, let's say, way to ban out if someone is not using the as we want to. Hello guys, this is where we left the project at our last session. We are here. I told you how navigation works, as long as how to save some variables inside your navigation in order to keep the changes generally when you go backwards or forward. So at this tutorial, we will try to build our models and we will design how they will work. If we place here, for example, Athens, if we go to cities, if we go to locations, go to home, Athens, go to cities, go to locations, and we'll place here, for example, Parthenon, go home, we'll say Parthenon over here. This is what we did. So, if you go to city, you can go here because you have chosen before, and I show you an easy way how you can navigate through and decline navigation to your app. Pretty simple way. If you remember, let me close the emulator. If you remember, for example, over here in cities.xaml.sys, you can, in vacationplan.xaml.xs over here. You aren't allowed to go to cities if the string is null, or to go to the locations. Yes, here should be cities, but whatever, okay. Anyway, we won't use this code anyway. So let's now build our models. In order for us to build our models, we have to go to we have to create a new file over here. We press right click and we add new folder. Inside this folder we will name it models, and inside here we will have all of our models. For example, these will be our models: a city, country, location. Then we will have an item manager which will manage our city, country, location variables, and we will initialize our database, let's say database. And also we have a plan. The plan means that you will be able to have different locations, different cities, and set time and date that you will visit them. Of course, the locations will be a simple implementation. For example, it will be just some tourist sites, just some sites, but you could also inside the location add for example, restaurant, you can add hotels, and you can check, you can have inside your application, you can build it from there. I will show you just a standard model, a standard way to do it. So we press right click inside models, new item. So we want a class, .cs file. The name will be country. Let's start from the beginning. So we have our country.cs file, and inside here we have our class country, which in order for us to have access to this namespace, vacationplanner.models, it has to be public class. So inside here we have some multiple different variables. Some of the variables will be public string name. So here we have get and set method. This allow us to access it because it is a public as well. It allowed us to change it whenever we want through our code, from our .cs code at our XAML pages. Furthermore, we will have an image, and yes, I will show you how you can set images and click on images, in order to navigate through the pages. It's a more beautiful way to do so. Then we have a public list, cities, and we have get set. Get set. As you can see, city is in red because we don't have any model named city. The way to change that, it's pretty easy. We have to add a new item, which will be named city over here. Add, as you can see, now it says that it's less accessible because we haven't accessed it. Now we'll have our initializer. Actually, it will be how we can access our is the way that we'll initialize our constructor, as we say. It will construct our class. It will be public country, country, like that, and here. Generally, the constructor takes some variables. These variables will be the name, and also will be int I. Actually, I will talk to you later about that. Let's have it simple, let's say. This is a collection item, so we have to initialize it first. A list is actually, let's say, an array of items where we can access it. It has multiple attributes that we can use. You can, for example, do a lot of things inside the list, with a list. So name equals n. We initialize the name with n, with the string n. Cities equals a new list, city. Country.cities. Here there is a problem because yes, collection generic. Okay. Let's say we don't have any. Let's run this code for a moment. Cities equals new list, image, public class, list city, second, maybe there is a typo. Again, maybe have a problem. Yes, excuse me, public here will be, should be, my bad for that. As you can see, yes, because I declared as a class, as you can see, this was a problem. The class should be public in order for this to work, because we ask it to be public, but the city, the object itself, the class, excuse me, not the object, the class wasn't public. So that was a problem. So new city, okay, and the image will be, I will explain in a second what that means. String.format, assets, images, countries, name. So what this will do, it will, inside here will pass a string. This will be of this value. This will be a path. Inside assets, we will add our images, and we will divide them in countries, cities, and locations. And each different country will have a name that then it will know that it should pass inside here this path with name, for example, assets, images, countries, Athens, and it will pass the image. So now we want to add city, public, excuse me, public, void, add city, new city, like that, and cities dot add as a new city. So we have construct our country. Now let's go to our cities. In cities we will follow more or less the same tactic. Public, string, name, get, set, public, string, image, get, set, public, list, location. I don't copy and paste it because it is a good practice generally in order to get used with some code to write multiple times. Locations again in red. So what we will do, we will create a new model, add a new model, excuse me, add new item, a new class, excuse me, which we will name location. And inside here location should be again public, because it will mark it as an error if we don't do so. Locations. So here we have our public constructor. Remember guys, constructor should always be public in order for our object to be initialized and created. And but we can have multiple constructors. For example, some could be public, some could not be public. For example, we can have again a constructor over here. We want to add just one value sometimes, string n, like that. So we have multiple constructors. This will when we give one parameter, it will go at this constructor. When we give two, it will go at this constructor. So for this project, for this app, we just need one constructor. I am just saying that in order for you to have further knowledge on the subject. Name equals new, locations equals new list location, and again image equals string.format. Excuse me. Yes, this is wrong. Actually, I don't think it will change it, but in order for you to be covered, you should always go with you should always be to, let's say, to the program as explanatory as you can be. Here will be name again, and as this will be image, this will be a GPJ image, GPG, excuse me, no, right here, dot GPJ, inside the country will be again dot GPJ. Also we want to add, excuse me, we want to add locations, public, void add, location new lock. Oh, excuse me, sometimes the IntelliSense does too much that you don't want to. New lock. So every time we press add, we will add locations to the city. The same with the country. We will have a list of cities because a country has a bunch of cities in the real life as well. So you will have to add the new city separately. Of course, you could have a list of cities over here. You didn't have to initialize the list over here, so you could pass the list of cities and add it like that. If let's say here it was a list of cities, cities equals, for example, all cities. And all cities will be the same type as this, list city. Okay. So now we'll have to create the locations. In order to, you go over here, actually to be more beautiful, over here, you go over here, and inside the locations we'll have just two, because a location doesn't have multiple, has sub categories. You could add some subcategories, as I told you. You could have, for example, a public string category. Let's say all of them first. Name, get, set. Public string image, get, set. And now we have our constructor, public location again, string n, and inside here you will have name equals n, and image equals string dot format assets, images, locations dot gpj. So for example, if it was a PNG file, you would add PNG over here. It's more or less the same, comma, name. So we have created our countries, our cities, and our locations. Let's have a recap. The country will have a name. We will add an image through this line over here. We'll add an image path, which when we have a certain format, it will be very easy to initialize objects like this. And it is very good to have certain format, because we could save ourselves from a lot of coding. I will show you the next video how you can add images, etc. Public void add. We'll add our cities over here. We have initialized our list over here. The same with the cities. Image over here. We have initialized all the list of the locations over here, which will be empty when it is created. and we will add all the locations. And finally, we have our name and image for our location. We'll initialize it over here. So now, as I told you, we will have to add an item manager. We will add the item manager like that, and the item manager will be again public as always, public class, and we don't have any variables, but we have to create our destinations. So this will be a private static because it will change nothing inside our class country. This is a good way to use static. Static means that it will not change anything inside our class. This means that it does something that does not affect anything in the class. It just returns a value. This is very good for when, especially when where you are inside the large theme, because when someone sees static, it knows without looking any of the code, it knows at in an instance that this code does not change anything. So create destinations like that, and we have var countries equals new list country, and we will return this var, these countries. When you initialize a variable with list with a certain type, at the same time it takes instantly the value over here. So that's why the value over here generally. So instantly it knows that this is actually a list, so it does not give us any error. So now we have a lot of job to do. Location temp loc, temp location means 1 equals new location Acropolis. First we have to add to create the locations, then we have to create the city names, then we have to create the country names. In order, when we create the city names, we add the locations. We add the locations to the cities, and then we add the city to the country. That's why we will first create all the locations, then every city we will add the location when we create it, and last we'll create the country. So, location temp loc equals new location Acropolis Museum. Again, location temp loc 3 equals new location White Tower. These are actually sites in Athens, these two, and this is in Thessaloniki, the next site as well. So location temp loc 4 new location, let's say Thermaikos. So the next two will be inside in Paris, in France, because we will have two countries, two cities for each country, and two locations for each city. So we'll have 8 locations, 4 cities, and 2 countries. This is just a standard app. You can do anything, change the parameters that you don't like. I'm just trying to show you a very functional app. But basic app as well, in order for you to build from there. that, location, temp lock 7. This will be in, the next two will be in Bordeaux. Again, France will be the Garuna River, which is a very beautiful site, and the Wine Museum of Bordeaux. New location, Garuna River, and location temp lock 8 equals new location, wine museum. So next we will have the city temp city 1 equals new city, Athens. Excuse me, we will use this int later. We won't use it right now. I forgot it. Excuse me. I will show you next what you can do with this counter. Temp city 2 equals new city Thessaloniki, city temp city 3 equals new city Paris, city temp city 4 equals new city Bordeaux. For each city now, we'll add the location inside it, temp city 1 dot add, and the location will be temp lock 1. Perfect. Temp city 1 dot add temp lock 2. Again, temp city 2 dot add temp log 3, temp city 2 dot add temp log 4. Also, we have this code inside the source folder. If you don't want, if you think you can, you understand it very well, temp city 3 dot add temp. You can access it from there in order for you, if you are bored, to write it all this on your own. But I suggest you very strongly to write on your own, because if you understand what you are writing, it will be very helpful actually for you. And now temp city 4 dot add temp log 7 temp city 4 dot add temp log 8. So we have added all of our locations inside our city objects in Athens, Thessaloniki, Paris, and Bordeaux. Now we will create our countries. So country, temp country dot excuse me, temp country 1 equals new country Greece, and country temp country 2 equals new country Paris, and inside here we will add inside the country the cities that now, since we have added the locations will be passed as well. Think of it like a list, let's say. Temp city 1, temp country, temp country1 dot add temp city2, and now we have added our cities inside our code. Inside Greece, we have added Athens, Thessaloniki, and all of them of their locations. And as well, now we will add the locations, the cities, excuse me, inside the country France. Temp country2 dot add temp city3, temp country2 dot dot add temp city4. Now we have created all of our countries, and we have to add here the countries. You have to add to this list the countries that we have created. So countries dot add temp country1 countries dot add temp country2 with 10 countries. Now we have created our destinations. We will minimalize it, and now we will need for our XAML pages, we will need some let's say we will need some functions, and also for our plans. So again, all of them will be static, since the item manager doesn't have any variables. But it could have, but actually it's better not to static. Void get all countries observable, so we have to add a namespace over here using system dot collections dot object model, I think. No. Dot on. Excuse me. Object model. So here, when we press observable collection instantly, will be country and countries, like that. So here, whatever we pass inside here will pass to our caller, because this is what this variable will do. We'll change the variable so we don't have to return anything to it, in order for it to be static. So var all countries equals create destinations. This will create all the destinations. Then we have to clear the list inside here in order for us to be sure that it is empty. Okay, and all countries dot for each. I will explain you in a second what that means. Countries dot add p. So what we have done here, we create inside here, we create all of our locations and cities and countries, which will be returned by this function. Inside here, the all countries will be a list country, as you can see. We clear the countries, of course, and for all countries dot for each means that for each element of all countries, this will be p. Take the element, the name will be p, country name, and countries dot add p. Add to this observable collection, add each element of this list. So this list now is full of the countries. Again, we'll have public static void get all cities by country, country, comma, observable collection, city, like that, cities. This will return all the cities from all the cities for a country. So that we will do. Let's say, for example, I have pressed France. When I have France, inside this function we will pass the country France and we will return all the cities from this country. So cities.clear, like that, and again using the same logic that we have used over here, we will do country dot cities dot for each p cities dot add p. Another way to do so is that. It's a more primitive way. This is a very high level way to do so. It's a high level programming language, C#, so we could use that. And another more primitive, let's say, way to do so, in C++, for example, we could go like that. For each var city in cities. For var city in cities, we will go a more primitive. Wait a moment. Var all countries equals create destinations. We'll create destination for each country, and we'll go for. We'll create again all of our destinations for each var country in all countries. Case count, let's say, country in all countries, and if count.name equals to this country name, this means that we are at our correct country, count.name, then we will pass all the cities inside. So for each var sit in cities in country in count dot cities, return, of course, because that means that we have found and we don't want to iterate anymore in order to save some resources. So inside here we'll write sit, we have to add inside here all the cities. So cities dot add sit. This is a more primitive way to do so. So you can do all this inside this line over here. If you want to pass, let's say, just a name over here, not just for it to be more light. But it's the same, like that. So let's have the same with the locations. Public static void get all locations by city. Have again city observable collection, city locations. And inside here we'll have locations.clear again, using locations.clear, using the same logic as before, and city dot locations dot for each p, which is each element of the location, p cities, no, excuse me, cities, oh my god, p locations, which is this over here, locations dot add p. Now we have all of our now we'll have all of the cases that we will use in our code. We will have the countries, the cities, and the locations by city, of course. And now when we have chosen the location, so let's say we have chosen a country, we get all the countries, okay? We chose a country to go navigate to, we navigate, we get all the cities over here. When we get all the locations, that inside the locations we will have a time when we will visit the monument, and the date, the monument, let's say, or generally the museum or whatever. So we have to get the plan an appropriate value. It return, for example, a string in order the plan to parse it. So in order to be easier for us to understand what how to get it correctly, we have a new item, plan add. The plan will have these attributes. So again, public as always, public class plan, have some attributes, public string country, get, set, public string city, because we don't want to have inside the models, because we don't want them at all, because we will just use just the name for the description. For example, you chose to go at Greece, Athens, Acropolis at this time. This will be inside a string, but we will just one string. But in order to have a better understanding of generally, because you maybe sometimes want to sort the times accordingly. For example, that's why I use this way. Separate components and a public string all. You will see what I mean right now in a moment. Public string location, get set, public string dtime, get set, public string all, get set, public plan, string, for example, country, string city, string location, and string date time, or dt, let's say, better. Like this should be like that. This is a constructor, and this will be how it will go. Country equals country, city equals city, location equals location, and dtime equals dt, date time, that means. Now we want to have them, as we will use at this application, all in one string. So we'll print just all the string all together. So all in one, and now we'll have a function over here, public void all in one and all equals. We will have to add these four attributes inside the all string. And public void all in one, all equals country plus space plus again space plus location plus space d time. So we have like that. So inside this string, this is the string that we will use to print out what the user just chose. So we did that in order for you to understand how the plan works. So we want to give the plan a way to we want to give the plan a way to have all these four strings. So we'll go to our item manager, and now we will actually now I will have you how you can sync the plan, how you can return a string that contains everything separated by space and yes, separated by space. So the way to do so is just let's first create a static string sync plan location string dt string pt. So we'll have to build two functions for that. This function is the first one. The other one will be how you can get. So now we are in the location example. So the guy choose a location and give us the answer and date time and excuse me, a date and time. So string date and time. This will be time picker and date picker over here. So we will have first of all string ret equals get country and city by location. We'll give it the location inside, and now we'll create the function private static string get country and city by location. And here will be location. So this will iterate through the countries and cities in order to find the location, and it will return the country and the name. So string ret actually we don't yes, it needs in order for us not to get an error. I will show you. Var all countries again equals get all create destinations like that. So for each var country in all countries, but again for each var city in country dot cities. So we navigate through all countries and get the appropriate country. For each country we check all the cities, and for each city we check all the locations. For each var loc in city dot locations, we check every location, every city, in every city, in every country. So when we find the locations that is given to us, this is what the user chose. Loc.name equals to location.name. Then we have to return in a string the country and the city name. Country.name city.name. And as you saw at the manager, not all code paths return a value. So that's why we create that. Actually, we don't have to create that. If we press, yes, we can use just that. Return, like that. It will return, actually, let's return nothing. Of course, it will never go here because all the whatever the user chose is from our list, so it's actually not used ever. But of course, our compiler cannot, our pre-compiler, let's say, cannot, our parser cannot see it, of course. So in here now we'll have the country and the location separated by a space. So now in order to have it back, we have car array, car separators, yes, equals new car, and inside here we'll have the space. Perfect. So we will take the attributes from here in order to add them inside the return value. So var dtar equals dt dot split. Actually, I will do it that later in order for you to see why I'm doing this. So var attributes equals ret dot split car separators. So this return an array of strings. For example, here will be country name and city name, 0 and 1. In attribute 0 will be the country name, in attribute 1 will be the city name. So we return attribute 0 plus space plus attributes 1 plus space plus, excuse me, location dot name. So we have the country name, the city name, the location name. We need the day picker, and we also need the time picker. Excuse me. I did here. I cannot understand. So this is the formation. So we have sync our. We have returned an appropriate value to our caller. The way I'm doing this is pretty simple, the way what I will show you right now. So let's run that. Okay, everything compiles good, nice. So let's go to our vacation plan.xaml. Like that. Let's go to our right here. If I press over here, for example, date picker, name equals dp, for example, like that, and when a hyperlink button, for example, let's say city, let's go to our vacation plan over here, let's say click hyperlink, click, country. Okay, here we are. And import, no import, using, excuse me, different language, system dot diagnostics. And in here I press, this is a very good debugging tool by the way, right line. Inside here we have dt dot dt. Where's the name? Give me a second. I think it was dt. dt, no, dp was dp dot yes, dp was, excuse me, dp dot date, run local machine. You will see what it will write right here. If I press, for example, January, and I press start your plan, inside here it writes all of this. We don't want this part. So we will do a car separator over here, and we will just take the 0 argument, which will be all this, the date that the user chose. So let's close, excuse me, first I have to close over here. I close that. I delete that because I will not use it right now, and I go to plan again. So in item manager, so dt here will be like this, we just want the first part. We'll do the same as we did with the attributes over here, in order to have only the attributes that we actually want. So var date, just date, equals to dt dot split and car separators again, like that. We want now, so inside the date will be a string array, which the 0 place will be that over here, the 1 place will be that, the 2 place will be that, and the third string will be that. We just want the first one. So instead of dt here, date 0. This way we just add the part that we actually want. So let's have a small recap of what we actually did. This is how we created our models. At the next video we will create the images in order to support our models. The images will be downloaded from the internet, and I will show you the way to do so properly. And in order to have in order for your app to have a unified form. So let's begin to explain to you what we did at this part of the tutorial. First, we created a folder, then we created 5 different models. The first will be the countries, which have a name in a list of cities. So the user will go to start the plan. He will be navigated to the countries section. All the available countries for the plan will be shown, and he can write down, he can choose from pictures which countries he wants. The picture will have a name, of course, as well. So he chooses, for example, Paris, France. He goes to cities models, where the models he will get from the item manager. Of course, he will get the cities that are correlated with France, and this will be initialized for each city, of course. And if you choose a city from the item manager again, he will go to the locations. The locations will be get from here. The locations that are correlated to Paris, let's say, and when the user it will load the images, for example, from the images from this from this URI over here, and then inside the location he will choose inside the location YAML in here. He will use he will use some excuse me. He will choose the location, a date, and a time. Going that this will create a new plan with and it will assign the attributes over here with country, city, date, location, and date time, and it will turn all the attributes to a string in order to present it at the first at our starting page, at our home page. When the user selects all these three, he will be navigated instantly to the home page with his plan updated, let's say. So guys, I think this is what we did at this part of the tutorial. We did a lot of work. We made all the backend, let's say. So I hope I see you at the next video. Bye. So guys, at this part of the tutorial, as I told you, we will download all the pictures that we want. So the way to do so is we open, for example, we go to the desktop, we create a new folder, we will call images. Inside here we will create 3 different folders. The first folder will be called countries. The second folder will be called cities, and the third folder will be called locations. So using these three different folders, we will actually have these 3 different folders correspond to this path: image countries, images city, images locations. The name from here and the GPJ will be given from us. Since from the item manager we have create these 2 cities, Greece, this is wrong, France is the correct, Greece, France, Bordeaux, Paris, Thessaloniki, Athens, Wine, Museum, Garuna River, etc. This will be the name that will be given to the corresponding monuments, countries, or cities. So let's begin. So the way to do so, we will use Google as our search engine. For example, if we press Athens, we go to images over here, and we go to tools. We choose the site, and we give an exact site of 100 by 100. It will show us only the images that are 100 pixels. For example, I will choose this image over here. Save as. This, as you can see, is a JPEG image. You have to see that. And you go to desktop, images, and countries. Here, no, I did a mistake. First we go to Greece. And for example, let's choose a beautiful image. Let's choose this image over here, as it should be attractive to our users. Greece. Save. Greece is downloaded. Then we'll go to France. Let's choose an image. Let's choose this image, for example. This is a JPEG image, very good. France, save. Remember, if you use it, if you publish actually these these photos, this app, the images that you use should be trademark free, because most probably you may be sued. So we have the two. Now let's go and pick Athens. Let's choose this image, save as Athens, and we go back to images in cities and we place Athens over here. We go to Paris, no, whatever, Paris. We choose this beautiful image, save image, JPEG image, Paris. If you go to Thessaloniki, let's save this image over here, save as Thessaloniki. If then we go to Bordeaux, and let's say that. Bordeaux, JPEG image as well. Perfect. Now we'll have all of our cities and all of our countries. Now we have to add the locations. Let's go to our code, because I don't remember the locations exactly. Let's copy the Acropolis. Let's choose a beautiful like that. Of course, this is not Acropolis, this is a representation of Acropolis. And oh no, I saved it to the wrong folder. You have to be aware of that. Acropolis. And JPEG image, perfect. Acropolis Museum, save. This is what we have chosen. Yes, as you, it has to be exactly the same name. So I go here, I refresh it. Where? What happened? GPG image, countries, cities. Rename. In capital, we go to images, inside image, Acropolis, and locations. After that, we choose White Tower of Thessaloniki. Over here. It's a beautiful monument. Save as JPEG, images, locations, White Tower, save. Then we go over here again, Thermaikos. This is actually like a port in Thessaloniki. Let's choose that. This is actually from like that here. Now let's choose Eiffel Tower. Eiffel Tower. This is a beautiful image. Save. Next, let's choose Louvre. This is the Louvre Museum. Choose a beautiful photo like that. After let's choose over here, let's choose the Garuna River. You have to check every time that these are JPEG images, or PNG if you have chosen PNG, for example. Whatever you have placed in here. Of course, you can check if this location exists. For example, if you have multiple images file types, or PNG or JPEG, you can check if this is JPEG or PNG with just a string compare. So what else? Now go again to item manager and choose the wine museum. Bordeaux wine museum. Let's say a random image, wine museum. So let's close that. Now everything is inside here. Cities: Athens, Bordeaux, Paris, Thessaloniki. Countries: France, Greece. Locations: Acropolis, Thermaikos, etc. And now we go to desktop. We copy all the images. I will go to our over here. Inside assets, we paste it. And here we are. We have all the cities, all the countries, all the locations with appropriate names. It's a good tactic in order for you not to look after it, to check one by one. For example, Acropolis, Museum, White Tower, Thermaikos, Eiffel Tower, Louvre Museum, Garuna River, and Wine Museum. Inside countries, France and Greece, and inside cities, Athens, Bordeaux, Paris, and Thessaloniki. Perfect. These are with correct spelling. So now we have loaded all the images. Let's try to create an example in order for us to be sure that everything works correctly. So actually at the vacation plan we will do that, and in order for us to be sure that everything is loaded correctly, and then we will add it to the appropriate we'll have it inside the appropriate excuse me, yes, so let's delete that. Hyperlink, okay, whatever. Actually, let's under that, it's better, have grid view name equals country grid, selection mode equals none, is item click enable false, item source. Actually, first let's load all the item source that we actually need, and then we will add everything that we actually So countries, we want inside here to have using vacation planner dot models in order to add the models inside here, and we want to have 3 private observables. Of course, we have to using what it is, I think, system.collections.object model. So private observable collection, country, countries, private observable collection, cities, cities like that, and inside here will be city, and private observable collection, location. It's actually better to check them now in order for us to be sure that everything works correctly. This initialize component, okay. So countries dot add countries equals new observable country, cities equals new observable city, perfect, and locations equals new observable location, perfect. And now we want to have item manager dot get all countries, so it will return every country to us. Manager dot get all countries, and we'll have the observable inside here. So let's first of all print the countries in order for us to be sure that everything is passed correctly, because believe me, I have run into a lot of bugs, and I don't know if the fault, and you will, if you have a bug, you will win a lot of debugging time. Name country grid. Let's have grid dot column equals 0. Excuse me, equals 0, like that over here. Maybe we don't need that. No need. False. Item source. Item source. I will explain to you to the next tutorial what all these mean. Now we will want to check if that we have created is working. Anyway, is working. So first of all, let's up here have XMS data equals using app vacation planner dot models. Perfect. So click error. Yes, name should be name equals country grid. Perfect. And inside here we'll have the grid view template. Grid, excuse me. Template like that. And inside here we'll have the data template. Template he data type equals data country. So we are saying that what we'll use here is a data. Let's have, let's say now inside here the image, text, not text, let's say image better, image name equals my image. Height will be of course 100, but let's be sure. Width will be also 100, and the source will be bind So what we have do here, now we have a grid view which binds the countries, and for each country it displays the images, and we are saying here that we want to iterate through data, which are type of countries. This is type of country, and we want, and from using that data country, it goes to app models in models over here and see that there is a field called image. So run the local machine, the simulator I mean, and it displays the two images. Now what I will do right now is we close that and we copy, excuse me a moment, we copy this and use it this will be grid row 0, in order for bit 1 grid dot row this will be grid row 1, but this will be named cities grid, cities, this will be of type city, and we will have again another one over here, grid row 2, locations grid, locations, location, and now okay, we will have we will check the vacation plan inside here in order to for example in order to get all the photos of cities and all the photos of locations, we will iterate through the countries and add the cities to that. So for each var country in countries for each var city in cities for each var loc in in city dot locations. So what we're doing right now, as you can see, it's pretty simple. We iterate through every country and every city. And now what we will do for each country, for each city. cities.add city and locations.add loc. Actually, let it be more beautiful. So what we are now expecting is to have all the cities inside the observable collection cities, to have every city, inside the observable collection locations, to have every location. So let's try to run our simulator and see what we have done. As you can see, all the images are passed correctly. It raced through Greece, Athens, Thessaloniki, Parthenonas Museum, White Tower and Thermaikos. In Paris, in France we have Paris, we have Bordeaux, and in Paris we have Eiffel Tower, we have Louvre, and in Bordeaux we have the Garonne River, and we have the Wine Museum, if it is a photo from the Wine Museum anyway. So we have everything we need set it in order to start coding to start building the navigations as it will be in their final form, and everything that we actually need. So guys, I hope I see you at the next video tutorial where we will start coding. Bye. First of all, yes, okay. Bye guys. So guys, let's start coding. So we have everything in place. Now what we just need to do is to place everything at the right spot, let's say. So let's go like that. We open our vacation planner and we have all of our images. We have checked that they are working. We have all our models. We hope that they are working. I'm pretty confident they will be working. As you saw, the image and the strict format works perfectly. This that I told you acquires instantly the path of the image without us hard coding anything. So yes, also the item manager, the get all countries functions work, and the create destination as well works. And now we have our plan, and we have our assets. So we just need to manage our main app from here. So first of all, let's go to our vacation.xaml, and we will delete what we actually don't want. We delete all of these grid views. We will rewrite everything. At this video, we will write the front end, and at the other video we will write down the back end, or vice versa. I prefer first every time to write the front end because it's, you know, it's easier generally, and you have a better understanding of what you need from the back end. So the back end when you write down the backend, you won't go to the front end to make changes again and again. You know exactly what you want. So let's go first of all to our vacation plan.xaml over here, and let's create a stack panel as we have created. Let's create a text block. Font size equals 48, text equal choices. Let's create a grid view. Maybe the front end, because it's a lot of things that we have to do, may take more just one video. Let's say grid dot If you can do something pretty good. Um, I forgot the previous video to add something to the app.xaml. Let's go first to the app.xaml. Inside here, um, no, inside here we have to add the plan. First of all, we will delete these two. These we won't use any of these. So we have an internal static again, um, observable collection. To use this, we have to add using system dot collections dot object model, and we have to add using vacation planner dot models. We have to add these two packages to declare this variable over here. This will be the variable that we will use for our plans. Observable collection plan plans, and of course when our constructor is called we have to initialize that. Plans dot equals new observable collection plan. Perfect. So now we have did that. We will go over here. So we have a grid view with which being grid column grid grid dot column 0 with name equals plan grid with selection mode equals none, and is item clicked enable equals false because we don't want that. Item source equals plans. The plans will be a variable on our backend, so will be of type plan. So here we have the data as we want it to, and after that we don't care that it is red like that. Grid view, of course the plans will be red, so we'll have a grid view dot template item template and data template data type equals data plan. Perfect. So inside here we have a text block, name equals the name of the text block will be let's say, actually we don't really care, but string block, because it will contain the string of the plan, and text equals bind all. As I saw before, this is a type plan, so we go inside of our models in plan, so it will print out this variable which is created right here, initialized, right there. So first of all, let's delete all these. Plan bind all. So the font size will be around 18, let's say, and the text wrapping will be wrap whole words. So the plans are what we are missing. So we have created our our vacation plan.xaml. And now we will add a hyperlink. So start your plan or add a new location, as you will see. Hyperlink button, content equals start your plan, or better like that, add new location, and on click we want to go to the hyperlink button click function, and we close it. So now we have finished our of course later we will change that in order to be more beautiful. If there are any content inside plan, we will have start your plan or add a new location. So at our backend we will do that. So let's relax. So we'll close that, as I think we have finished. And now we will go to our countries. Now that XAML, we'll go to countries.xaml here. So inside countries, we will add again over here XML data equals using vacation planner dot models. Perfect. And inside our stack panel we will have a text block. Of course we delete everything over here. Again, text block, font size 48, text equals country. We'll have a grid. We'll declare a grid because we'll use grid. We'll define our grid definitions, grid.row definitions, and this is how it will go. Row definition height equals auto, very important, I forgot, excuse me, and row definition height equals star. Now we'll have two grids. The one will be with the name of the countries, and under that will be the photos. So let's create grid view, name equals name grid, selection mode equals none, is item false, items source equals excuse me, key bind countries. So inside here we'll have grid, oh my god, I made a mistake, excuse me, grid view dot item template. Give me a second. And after we will again access the data course we'll have the data template inside here. He data type, data country, inside here will be the text block, and the text block will be of type the text block will have a name equals name block, text equals he bind name, so it will bind the name from the country dot name, as we would say in a strictly object-oriented language, in a strictly object-oriented language. 24. Width would be 100. I will tell you in a moment why the width will be 100. And yes, okay. Is 100 because the pixels of the photos are 100 pixels. So I also suggest to have text wrapping to wrap, because sometimes it may be larger, so we don't want it to be, to take away some of our next item, or to be lost and to lost any information. So again, grid view, grid dot row equals 1, name equals image grid, selection mode equals none again, but now items, no, excuse me, is item, clicked enable true, and item source and items source should be he bind countries, and items click, new event handler, image grid item click, or better country selections on click. I don't like the name. Usually I use the default, but I don't like this name. So like that. Actually, have it like that, and a bit larger, like that, in order for you to be able to see it better. So we have the grid view, and now we'll have again the grid again. Grid view dot item template, the data template, data type again, data country, this is wrong, country is the correct, and now inside here we'll have the image. So image, name equals my image, height equals 100, width equals 100, source equals he bind image, and like that we are closing. Now what I wanted to say, we have to change something in our classes. We have to change the way we declare our classes to initialize, because we inside here we need to have a different column for every picture, to have a different grid column. So grid column, grid dot column, column equals he bind counter. So we'll have a counter inside each of our models. So let's begin. Public int counter get set like that. So we have correct the counter, we have to correct the city. Public int counter get set int I counter equals I, and we have correct the cities as well. Now we have to correct our allocation. This is the correct way to have appropriate columns. It may work without them, but this is in order to have to rest easy, because the layout will be instantly done when the sizes are changed, etc. So counter equals I. Now we have to go to the item manager and change everything. 0, because this will be the first that so we want that to be at the column 0. We want that to be a column 1 when we place the city Athens. Let's begin from here in order for you to understand. We want Athens to be at 0, we want France to be at 1, we want Athens to be here at 0, we want Thessaloniki to be at 1, we want Paris to be at 0, we want Bordeaux to be at 1. The same rule goes over here. 0 White Tower, 1 Thermaikos. So we are placing the most let's say important monument at the first, in order for our user to not important, the most visited monument at the first, in order for our user to see better the objects and choose more easily, because it is more it's most probably to use to go to Acropolis than the Acropolis Museum, to go to White Tower than Thermaikos. Okay, I made a mistake over here. 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1. Okay, we have corrected that. I don't think we have any more mistakes anywhere. Of course, I will yes, whatever. Counter.xaml. So grid column counter, name my image, height 100, width 100, shorts, bind image. Perfect. So okay, very nice. Now we have to close that, and we have to go to the cities XAML. We follow the same principle as before. And data equals using vacation planner dot models. Perfect. And we want we will keep that, the text block. We won't change the text block, and we'll have again the same grid dot row definitions um, row definition height auto, star. So grid view, name equals how I named that, name grid. Okay, name grid will be the same, name grid selection. I write it over and over again in order for you to see what you are exactly doing to be memorized in your brain. Item source, he bind cities. Of course, I will do a recap in the end. Actually, let's have it again over here. Cities. Again, grid dot grid view dot item template, data template, he data type data city, like that, and here will be the text block. What we need inside the text block is actually a name, name block. The text should be he bind name, and here will be a font size. Oh, my mistake, excuse me. Font size will be 24, width will be 100, text wrapping, wrap here, better, and the height will be around 60. Maybe we will change that. Perfect. And after that, we'll add another grid view. I forgot to say you, when you don't use grid row, let's say 0, 1, whatever, it is by default 0. So here we don't have to add, it's grid row 0, and of course here I need grid.column, oh my god, column he bind counter, grid row 1, here will be name. I think I forgot that over here in counter.sample. Yes, I forgot that. Perfect. Let's close that. Okay, name equals image, name equals image grid, selection mode equals none, is item clicked enabled true here, as we will be able to click the items source, he bind cities, item click will be city selection, city selections on click. Now we have the grid view template as always. Here grid view dot template, item template, again the same mistake, I'm sorry, item template, at the end of this example I will tell you exactly what we are writing, like that. Data city, and we have an image grid, image grid dot column he bind counter, name equals my image, height equals 100, again width equals 100, source he bind image. So what we are doing right here, again we have declared the data types in order for the XAML page to be able to see all the our models, and we are saying that bind to the variables that we will create inside on our backend, let's say on our cities.xaml.cs C sharp on our C sharp, bind to this. This is a type of city, so inside that we want to print the counter and the name, to print the name and place it at the appropriate column according to the counter. So this is what we are doing right here. And now we want to close that and close that as well, and we want to open our the locations and follow the same pattern once again. We have to go to the locations, okay, so let's follow. Data equals using dot vacation what is going on, using models, perfect. So we delete these two and we want to have two new variables. We have a date picker and a time picker. Date picker name equals dp and time picker name equals tp, as we saw before, what we will use them. Now again we want to have a grid. We want to have a grid dot row definitions. We want again to write down the definition. So what that does is have an auto height auto, means that it will find that it will manage the height according to what's around it, and then we have to row definition height star. After that we want to write down again the two grid views and finish. So grid view, name equals name grid, selection selection mode equals none, is item clicked enable false, items source equals he bind locations, and I am closing it. Perfect. Grid view dot item template, grid data template, he data type equals data, this will be of type location, and this will be of type location, right? Now we will inside here we will write down the text block using the same principle again as the previous examples. Grid dot dot column, he bind counter, perfect, and next the name should be name block, the text should be he bind name, and the font size should be 24, perfect. The width should be 100 again, and text wrapping we should have again a text wrapping of wrap, just wrap, and we have a height auto adjusted by adjusted to 60. We will follow for the final time the grid view right here, and then we will do a recap of what we did inside this lesson. So name, actually let's first have, in order to be grid dot row equals 1, name equals image grid, selection mode equals none, is item clicked enable true, perfect, items source equals he bind locations, and item click will have location selections on click. Here we have a grid view dot item template. Here we have a data template, he data type data will be of type location. I think maybe I have made a mistake. Country, city, okay, no mistake. I thought I write that not in capital letters, so that would be a mistake. Inside here we have the image grid dot, I don't know why it does that, grid colon, counter, to bind the counter again. Later here a little bit more, and name equals image block. I will change the name everywhere because I didn't like my image name. It's not beautiful. Locations, no. Countries, no. Cities. You know, you have to be more descriptive. The more you are, it's the better for you and your colleagues and your co-workers, of course. Width 100 and source he bind image. So now we have finished all of our pages. So let's see again what we have done. We are in our vacation plan. We have all of our plans inside here, and you will pick the hyperlink button to start a new plan or add a new location. Then you will be relocated to countries, where you can in countries where you will be able to choose one of all the countries that are given to you, and then you will be able to go to cities. Inside cities, it's like it's the same story. You will be showed all the cities correlated with the country that you have chosen at the previous step, and you will choose a city. And now, when you go to location, it will show all the locations that are correlated with the city, the country that you have chosen at the previous steps, and you will have to choose a date picker and a time picker. A date picker and time picker, yes, in order to have date picker and time picker, yes. Then you will have, when you press one of these two, this will be guarded. You cannot have the default because the default will be the current time and it's not correct, or smaller than the current time. And you have to choose a future date, for example, a future over here, date from date picker. You will use that as well, and then you will choose one of all of them, or a location. And when you choose a location and you have chosen a date and time picker, you will be relocated again to the vacation plan.xml, where you will see your choices updated again. So guys, in around 45 minutes we managed to finish all the front end. It's a good time to code all the front end. But we had a clear plan on our heads or what we are going to do. That's why that was kind of easy. Now all we have to do is implement all the backend. I hope it will take around that time, 40 minutes to 1 hour, and we'll have finished the project. So guys, I really thank you for your time. I hope I see you at the final video of the series. Bye. So guys, we reached the final part of our tutorial. This is actually managing the pages, as I call it, a backend, but it's not exactly a backend. It's more like a front-end coding, front-end JavaScript, something like that. But I will explain to you how we can write the backend for each of these pages. First of all, as you can remember, we have here added the plan. So we go to the countries. We'll start from the countries. Countries.xaml inside here, and inside here we will have to of course get using vacation planner dot models in order to make this CSS file to be able to recognize the models of our the models that we have created right here, the country, city, etc. And we want to add system dot collections dot object model. Very good. Then we want to here we want to delete that. Perfect. Actually, we want to delete everything except the constructor, of course. And in this we want to have to create a public we want to feed, let's open the XAML page, we want to feed this variable right here. We want to initialize that variable right here. So what we will do is we create an observable collection, countries, equals new. We will initialize the observable collection, and we will have I forgot something important over here, where we will call the item manager to fill the countries using the variable, the create destination function to initialize our list over here. Item manager dot get all countries like that. And so let's see what we have done so far. Local machine, I think we will have some errors, but app does not contain location value. Yes, of course we have to delete these as well. App does not contain location value, vacation plan, of course we have to delete all this again. We don't want this. Like that. And this initialize component, to initialize the component, of course. And actually, okay, frame level again. We don't want the locations, we just want the countries to be kept. We don't want this. Like that. Perfect. Let's call again the local machine. Yes, we know that. We have to go to the cities example to using vacation planner dot models using system dot collections dot object model. Let's initialize again. I have forgotten, of course. Public observable collection city empty cities, of course, and here we have to add a new cities equals new observable collection city, like that. I think now the error should be gone. Wasn't found in type cities. Why though? Here it is. Public observable collection. Observable collection cities. Maybe it is bugged. Cities. Give me a second. Item source, he binds cities. Why on type cities though? In type countries, in type cities, data is city. Not. Give me a second, please. Let me clear up this mess over here and go to find he bind countries. Yes, here it is. Public observable collection. Countries. I wanna get all countries. I don't know why. Yes, I'm idiot. Private observable countries page. Maybe I have written count. No, it's it fixed. It was bugged. Okay, that was good. It was kind of bugged. So if we run again the local machine, it will find the mistakes in cities most probably. Cities.xaml should be private, like that. If I go to cities.xaml, everything is correct, and in locations I will do the same, using, excuse me for that mistake, yes, it should be private, using, actually I don't think it, maybe the space, or it was bugged altogether. I will check it right now. I don't think this is a problem to be public. We'll check it. Maybe it's the space. It is a weird bug on I will check it right now. Public observable collection locations. Okay, let me see right now. Yes, it just needed a space. Okay, that's a bug. Most of them, actually. So, so let me run the local machine, if it can run. Yes, I have to create a plan as well in vacation plan. Sorry for me to go like that, but I want to show you to run it really fast. Yes, I have to declare all these as well. Let me create it pretty fast. You know, we have to create the on-click events. So I go to cities, where it is. I go to countries first. I want to create. Let's go to countries. I want to create a private that time. Country selections on click, object sender, comma, item, click event args e, will nothing inside, of course. The same will be, first of all, let's clear the mess again pretty fast. Okay, now let's open that, let's open that, and let's open that. Perfect. City selections. So we are creating now the on-click events. We have the object which will be the center, and we will have the item click event args e. So like that, and inside here. Now I'm not explaining to you because I'm just creating the form in order for us to be able to run, in order to show you what we have done so far, of course. Okay, now I think it should run. Okay, it ran, perfect. As you can see, this is what we have created. I think, you know, we will have a lot of them, or the images are bigger. Because it's a layout, it will be very beautiful. For example, another very good way you can do it, you can have a row, for example 10, or to change it according to the width of that, and to have a row, and have one row of names, one row of photos, and choose the photos, of course. The name will be just there, and you will be able to choose the photos. Okay, I think that's beautiful. Of course, the backwards and forward and home button works work perfectly. So let's go to the countries, and let's redirect let's redirect our values. So start your plan at a new location. So here Greece, as you can see, when I press it, it will set an event on here. Since let me close that, let me open the Solution Explorer very fast over here. So when I press an image, this event will be triggered. So we go over here. We have an object sender, which is this object over here. This is the one of countries that triggered the event. So, for example, Greece, France, etc. The object of Greece, which contains the image, the name, and the counter, if you remember. So, how we can take advantage of it? We have var country equals. We get the item click event args, which will give us the object the object that was pressed. So we change it to country, e dot clicked item. So we get the country. We will, in order for us to be sure, we want to have using system.diagnostics, and we want to print. You know, this is like a very dumb way to use unit testing. This is not unit testing, but you know, to test if you get the values that you are expecting. So debug.writeLine country.name. Run the local machine. Start Greece, so I should have get Greece, perfect. If I press France, I should have get France, perfect. Greece. If I press again Greece, perfect. This works correctly, so I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to navigate frame.navigate, type of cities, perfect. And we'll pass an argument of country, as we did at the previous episode, whatever, at the previous videos, where we were passing a string. Now we're passing a variable. We're passing a country variable, an object. So, using that, we have finished from here. We close these two, and we open the cities. Yes, we open the cities. So here we want to initialize the values. So inside of here we want to have onNavigated2, the function that we used before, private override protected, excuse me, no, private cannot be overridden, protected override void on navigated to, and we will have a navigation event arguments. So we delete that, we don't want that. So we know it's a country, it can't be anything else, equals country e.parameter. So we get the parameter that was given to us, and of course we call the item manager to initialize the cities, because this is how it begins. When we go to cities frame, first this is called, we initialize the cities. Then is called the onNavigated2 function, which is overridden right now, so we can change it however we want it. So item manager dot get all cities by country, and we add here the country and the container where we want to add all our cities. So local machine, we run it. What happened? Here we are. Greece, it goes to Thessaloniki. If we go back to France, it will go Paris, Bordeaux. It will go to, okay, this is all what we can do. Back, France. So, very good. After, we close that. Pretty nice. We close that, and now we want to go to city selections on click. We will do the same thing that we did before. When an image is pressed, this event here is triggered, which will give us, which contains as a parameter, as an argument, let's say, contains the object that is at this current for loop. For example, var city equals city e dot clicked item. So the item that was clicked is a variable, so we cast it to a city in order to change its how it is formed to a city type variable. So this variable is changed to a city as well because it's a variable. So we navigate to locations and city according to a city. So perfect. So we're closing these two as well, and we open the locations. First of all, we have initialized over here the observable container. So protected override void on navigated to var country equals country e dot parameter. We follow the same pattern as you can see, which we get the parameter from the navigation event, the argument from the navigation event. This is the way, and we will call again the item manager to fetch us to fill the container with all the location correlated with the city that we chose and the country we chose at the previous steps. Pretty easy, I think. Get all cities, all locations, excuse me, by city, and inside here we will write down the locations that we have used. We have used the country. Oh my god, this is wrong, excuse me. City, because you know, city. I was wrong about that. And cities. This is sorry. So local machine. Run the local machine. Start. Okay. We choose France. We choose Paris, and we all have the. We'll have up here the date, and we'll have the time as well. The Louvre Museum. So now we have to define what it will be done when one of these two is pressed. Of course, you go back and go to Bordeaux, it will say Garuna Wine Museum. If you go to Greece, Athens, Acropolis Museum, Thessaloniki, White Tower, Thermaikos. Of course, if you want to have a proper app, I suggest you have a little slight bigger images, 200 by 200. But I used these because due to trademark issues. Anyway, I just chose a way to show you, okay, you can modify it however you want. I think by 150 or 200 times 200 pixels is a very good size. So I just chose this because, you know, to show you. Wait, now we will have a non-click event over here. We have to change that. This will be slightly bigger because we have to inform the plan manager. We have to inform the plan manager that about the new plan. So we have a var location that is pressed equals location e dot clicked item like that. And we have a return string that it will return from the item manager. If you remember, we built a function sync plans which return a string to change it to string because it's in format of date, as you can see, db.date, and also with the time, tp.time.toString, like that. Of course, we have this will return a string. I will show you right now what it will return. Using a moment, using system.diagnostics, using no, system diagnostics, this is what we want to use, and we want to print the return value, of course. And the return value should be debug.writeLine, and inside here will be the return value. You will see how the return value will be. Greece, Athens, Acropolis, and the time that we have chosen. If, for example, chose a time like and we press again, Greece 11:20, and we can change it. For example, if we say February and we press Acropolis Museum, Greece, Athens, Acropolis Museum. Okay. Now, doing so. So the red contains these values, as you saw here. So we want to take the country and take it to the appropriate value inside here, country. We want to take the city and place it here, the location, place it here, the date, time, and place it here. And the all, of course, will be constructed by itself. So, here we are. The way to do so, as you can imagine, we will follow a previous tactic that we used, car. I know that all this, it's unnecessary. I know that. But in order for you to be able to modify your data later, it is far better practice to have separate values for each part of the string. For now, it's actually relevant. We don't care about the values. We could just pass the string at an array and print it through a loop. But using that, it's a much better tactic to modify everything you need inside. For example, you could take the Greece part and change, for example, the way it is written, or you could change the date, time, and take it to American type or European type, or you could change the local time and according to the place he is. If, for example, with geolocation, if now the user is in China, we could change the time according to what he chose with the current values, with the current time zone. So I think it's a much better practice doing this way. So car separators. That's why we will do that. Equals new car, like that. Var arguments equals red dot split car separators, like that, and app.plan plans dot add. So inside here we want to add a new plan that has so this is in here. This is an observable collection, okay, and we have that, and we want to add a new plan. So this is the constructor. An easy way to do in one line is that add new plan, and inside here we can add all the arguments. The zero argument, which is the first argument, will be the country. So args 0, comma. So this is a country, we're correct. Args 1, comma, args 2, comma, city and location. And now we know the date time. The date time is in two separated strings, as you can see. It's in that, which is the date, and this is which is the time. And actually pretty easy way to do that, to connect these two, is args 3 plus, with an empty space between it, args 4. Now we have created the plan, and expect the parentheses, yes. In order for you to prove you that we have created the correct plan, debug dot right line. Inside here we'll have the new plan that we created before. Dot all. So I've created just created a new plan in here with all. And print it. This is an object. This is represent a new object over here. And I'm saying to print all the all variable that it should have created after the constructor. So local machine, run the local machine. Start Greece, Thessaloniki, Thermaikos. It's actually the same as before. Perfect. The same type, I mean, as before. So we passed the exams. And now we want to navigate to the vacation plan. Frame dot and navigate type of vacation plan. So we are now navigated to the vacation plan. But first, we want to add some flags over here. We don't want the date to be smaller than the current date. So we'll have here will be a private var date Okay, my bad. Wait a moment. Excuse me a second. dp.default. Okay. Give me a second to think. dp.date. Daytime over, get or set the date, currently send the date picker. Okay, I will do it in a second because I forgot how to actually do it right now. The current date. Okay, anyway, now it is created, it could send me a variable over here. Excuse me, var dt equals dp dot date. Date time offset. Okay, I think I remember it. Private date time date time offset dp. Okay, I know default dp. Okay, default dp equals dp dot date. So this is when okay, this is when it is called. So I hope we could compare these two. If default dp minus is smaller than dp dot date, then return, don't do anything. So let's check if that worked pretty fast. Oh, it didn't work, fortunately. The default dp is date larger than dp dot date. If what was larger, give me a second. We'll find the solution to the problem. You can't go, okay? If it was December, you can go, okay? So if default dp was larger than dp.t, so let's check that. Start year Greece, whatever. It was like 2017, you can go, okay? It was like 2018 and it was 21, you can go, okay? We found out. Yes, it's larger than the. Yes, that was my bad. You can, so you can compare. So if the default dp equals to dp dot date, the same if, it's more beautiful. Or default dp and default time equals dt dot equals tp dot time excuse me. So if you don't know what the variable actually is, you can do this stuff. You can take a variable, for example, whatever, f equals tp dot time, and this variable will be time span. Perfect. Time span. Perfect. As you can see, it is a pretty easy way to find out what type a variable is. Default time. Okay, and default time larger or equal to tp dot time. So using this if, we are sure that the user is not getting an wrong, as you can see, he can't go. So if he chooses, for example, he will be able to go. If you go back, excuse me, and you go to 23, okay, and goes to 32, he can't go. So everything is normal. You just have to choose a future date. You can't choose a current date. And now, in order to finish our tutorial, um, we have a pretty simple quest. It's to go to the vacation plan, dot here, right here, and change the unnavigated uh, to change when to have observable plans, and when he's navigated into, we want for each var plan in app.plans, we want to plans.add the plan. So what we have done, we have passed this where it is, we have passed this variable over, excuse me, no, this variable, we have passed the contents of this variable over here that we have added while we were using where we have finished all the registration, the location, and we have passed it inside the vacation plan over here, in order for us to be able to access it through our location, through our vacation plan XML, XAML, or XAML. So if you press the local machine now, start your plan, Greece, Thessaloniki, 39, whatever, White Tower, Greece, Thessaloniki, White Tower. So you have to go there at this time, and you can do it like that. Start a new again. We will fix it right now, as I told you. France, Bordeaux, at 10 o'clock, at 10 o'clock 37 will be to the Garuna River. It will go like that. Of course, if you don't like this layout, you can order it to be down. As you see, it's kind of beautiful here. It's not, the purpose of this tutorial wasn't for you to make a beautiful, but about to understand how it works and to learn the basics, layouts. This is a grid layout, for example. There are multiple layouts that you could use to your advantage. So let's fix this, and let's make the final, let's talk about what we have done in general. And maybe we'll make a separate video about that. So, according to the time that we have. Where we are. We go vacation plan. We close that, of course. We go to XMLS over here. We want to check every time if we have a flag over here, int flag equals 1, flag equals 0, like that. If flag, then actually should be like that. If flag, else if flag, then go to the vacation plan and change that to start to we'll have a name here. Hyper button. Hyper button. So hyper button dot content not castle mode content equals to start your plan start your plan, and the hyperlink button over here will be to how it will be it will be to how it is here, add new location, add new location, add new location, perfect. So we open that here, the content shouldn't exist at all, and let's call the local machine. As you can see, start your plan. We created Greece, Thessaloniki, we can't, perfect. Add a new location, perfect. So we want for the last step to add the final button, final link or button. We will see that it will delete all of our plans. So let's have again, you know, we could have a button on click, and the content, yes, content should be delete your plan, and here the click will be to click will be new event. Oh my god, I think button click, actually delete button click, which will go over here, delete button click. So what we want to do over here is to have app.plans.clear, and we want to frame.navigate type of vacation plan. We want to, let's say, renew the page, because if we don't use that, let's call the local machine. So start your plan, Greece, Thessaloniki, White Tower. If we press the delete your button, it will renew only if we go to home again. So using that, or we could change the hyper button content from here and change everything, but I think it's a better way to do. It's more easy way. It's much more easy way to do it that way. So we have a plan, Greece, Thessaloniki, Thermaikos, that. So delete your plan and start your plan again. Of course, you could add different plans. You could make the layout a lot more attractive and beautiful. But at this time of the tutorial, this is what we managed actually to do. I think we are, of course we can go back, you can change, and of course this will be not shown any problems here. Of course from here you can go back and choose another location. Let's say, for example, and you know, you can go forward, backwards. You can delete your plan, of course, start your plan again. Front, Bordeaux, Garona River, if you choose a different time. If you are on a phone, let's say, the view will be more restrictive. Generally, this is how we would use containers, and how to your advantage, for example, the observable collection, the lists, etc. And this is how you would be able to achieve a good a functional application, because that was the purpose actually of the tutorial, to achieve a functional application. Okay, so guys, let's see one last thing I wanted to show you. If we press, for example, start your plan, count, Greece, Thessaloniki, and for whatever reason we choose, for example, that over here, we add a new location, we go to France, we go to Paris, but we, for example, we don't remember the time that we've put in order to manage our time correctly. We press home and nothing will be added in here, because we add the country and the everything at the last step of the selection. This is the correct way to do so. Of course, delete your plan, we'll delete your plan. So guys, this was the tutorial. As you can see, everything works beautifully. You could add a lot more locations. You could add here, for example, here you could have the museums, here you could have the rivers, you could have different types. I think you have the foundation to build a very good application, if you have the will, of course, to do so. I suggest you a size of photos, the size of photos to be adaptive. It's better. But if you want, for example, a desktop application, a 200 by 200, it's 200 by 200 size, it's actually a golden spot. I think it will be a lot more beautiful than that. But I just wanted to show you. So guys, thank you for your time. I hope you had fun, as much fun as I had, and I hope I see you at on my next tutorials. So bye guys.